So I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight. Gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay.
Hello, welcome to the Marko Yamashita show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, way outside my normal streaming hours. So my usual streaming audience is probably way asleep right now. However, I wanted to put out the content while I had the opportunity to. In order to try to get out as much of the content as I have made it available to me, so it is available to you. For those of you who are looking for either additional information or information as it had become available, so on and so forth. So, as some of you have already known, or some of you are finding out, Mikeneko, formerly known as Russia, currently known as Azuna, had a stream on her YouTube channel, on her Mikeneko YouTube channel. And she basically put up a room that was titled Report for May 1st. And there was some speculation about what this report was, what it meant, what she was going to do with this report, what she was going to say, especially with everything that was happening with VShojo right now. There was a lot of talent that it was leaving VShojo, so there was a lot of speculation about what she was going to say with this report and what was going to come out of this report. Now, at the beginning of the stream, she did something extremely cute, and it was very unexpected to me. But she basically had a loop of herself for about it was close to 4 minutes before anything significant happened, and it was basically a loop that was informing everyone to stand by, right, and to wait. Well, when the stream began proper and she began providing information with the stream itself, it came in text format, and in a lot of ways, I believe that she is able to voice herself through text in a better way than being able to speak it. And I'm not sure if it's because she feels that she trips over her words when she tries to vocalize her words, or if it just doesn't come out right, or if she writes it down in one way and then it comes out wrong in a different way, or so on and so forth. But and on the first screen, and let me, I do have. Let me get the. I do have the stream up here, and I want to go through the the screens here so you guys can see the screens here now. On the first screen here, she basically she started having the text come up on the screen, and basically the first text here essentially said, is saying hello to everyone. It's May 2023. How's everyone doing? The following text after this was basically saying that you can't see the text properly, and the shade of the text was actually very, very off, and it was very hard to read. And so she was typing that she was trying to fix the shade, and in chat was talking back to her, and she was saying that she was fighting with the shade colors and everything like that to adjust it. All right. So after she fought with the shade coloring, and she went and she moved on with what she was wanting to talk about. The next section here, basically she said, from now on, she wants to begin streaming various things on her channel, and I'm assuming that she is talking specifically about her Mikeneko YouTube channel, because when she does utilize her Twitcasting channel for like members only, when she wants to speak on a more personal level with her membership and her fans and her fan base. When she feels like she wants to kind of like relieve stress, or she just wants to air out herself and talk on a more personal and intimate level, and she doesn't really utilize her YouTube channel to discuss anything with her audience as a whole. And quite honestly, she doesn't utilize her YouTube channel hardly at all, and she states why in the next area here. And hang on one second here. Red, welcome. Thank you for dropping in. Need to get the music back up here, because this is driving me nuts that we don't have any background music. What happened to my background music? There we go. I accidentally closed my background music. Listening while working. That is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. I do that a lot myself. So yeah, that's perfectly fine. And basically her comment was that she was very she gets nervous and scared when she wants to stream as Mikeneko again. And I can kind of understand that because as when everything had with all the fallout that happened with Russia and all the backlash that came from that a year ago, that never really that died down a lot, and that never really went away. With all the people that held a grudge long term, and then the people that just hate because they want to hate, and then of course then you had the people that are like, oh well, you went to VShojo, and then they hated because she went to VShojo. So of course then you have those haters, right? And so you have those people that hang around, and me on small scale, I know totally. Just me being on having a small scale hate group. I mean, today I made a comment in response that I'm going to talk about later, where I made a comment in response about Kason, and 6 people liked a reply tweet to my response, and all 6 of those people are either haters that I had picked up because of Prison Project or because of some other thing that I'm not going to go into. So it's like, really, you have that much time on your hands. It's like, okay, whatever. Spartan, welcome to the chat. Yeah, and she has also been mentioned. She also mentioned that she has psychological issues. Also, there is the Genshin, and I was going to mention that here in a little bit. Thank you very much for bringing that up. That is, those are good. Those are good reference points. So great, great comments. So let's see here. Let's see here. So on the next screen, she did say, let me finish on this one here. She said, on this one here, she also said, I'm glad everyone's doing well. I'm doing fine too. I did have a sore throat yesterday, and then she made the comment, sorry, I'm often very noisy, and then she laughs, and I believe this is in reference to, I think she's been playing Elden Ring on Twitch, so I can understand that she's probably like raging on Elden Ring. And I can completely understand if she is playing some kind of Souls game that she would probably be raging on it, or having fun raging on it, or something like that. So I can totally see that. But in response to what Spartan said here, there's a section that she addresses that directly here, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. As we get to it, I am going to be playing a segment of her stream here itself, because I do feel it's very important to review it. Solely because parts of it are not translated. Parts of it are translated, but parts of it aren't. And I feel that it's very important that the entirety of the segment is played intact and explained, so there's a complete context of it. That way, if it's explained, and it's explained in context, people will understand what she was trying to say and what she is trying to say, because she is making a very valiant effort here to move forward. And honestly, I believe she has made some excellent progress here in the past year, and we're going to talk about that here as we move forward. Okay, so let's let me pause the music here. And so we're gonna move forward here. So first screen, hello guys. So this screen here, basically it says, it's been a year since I became a VTuber, in reference to returning to the persona of VTuber Mikeneko. And she's using May 1st as the reference point of returning to being a VTuber, the persona of Mikeneko. That she did reactivate her channel in April. However, her persona itself, she decided to totally reclaim the persona of Mikeneko in May. So just to make that clear. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, evening. And I'm just gonna let this play out because I don't want to try to skip ahead and then skip over a part of it. So whoop. Dang girl, it's kind of hard to read your slides when you go so fast. So it's been a year, and I have a lot to say, and also to celebrate. This particular slide here doesn't say celebration in what she says here, but the phrasing here basically says there's a lot that she wants to talk about. But basically, the translation she has on screen is relatively correct to what's on the screen here. By the way, her Pitan Booba pad, mouse pad is part of the celebration. I don't know if it would be ergonomically correct to use it as to support your wrist, but yeah, if you want to buy it to support her, I would say go for it. But it's okay, moving on. And she picked some very excellent images to express how she felt over the years, over this past year. During the various phases that she has gone through. And I would say that was adequately, I would say that probably understated how she probably felt back in May of last year. I would say she probably, shifted between being completely wanting to obliterate anyone that got in her way to being completely devastated. And so this tweet here, just to reiterate what this tweet actually said. The tweet, and this is not verbatim, but it essentially says that had been experiencing terrible dizziness since she woke up. She is not in great shape. And this is on May 1st. When she can, she will. She had planned to stream on May 1st that day, and so she wrote that when she can, she will reschedule the stream for another day, and then she apologized for having to reschedule the stream. I kind of like how she she inserted some emotes as she's doing the slide presentation here. I kind of like that because it kind of gives her a retrospective of her looking at herself from a year ago. And the fact that she wrote that I was very sick is a very tremendous understatement. Something that I had personally stated last year, and I was severely attacked about, and regular people, regulars of my channel can attest to this. I had stated that she needed professional help, and that this was not something that she could simply what would simply get over or get through. It was not something that she could simply a month or two would pass and then she'll be fine. It's something that she'll just be able to move on from. It was something that was more, and like Spartan said and alluded to, that she had some mental illnesses and conditions that she was struggling with. I had made an entire video talking about that. And I was my channel was attacked about that, and my video was made with honest and good intent on wanting nothing but the best, and out of concern, as somebody who was not just a fan but somebody who had been reaching out to her. And I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you a sneak peek behind the curtain here. And this one right here. Why every Nekofumi should be extremely concerned about Mikeneko. And I was downvoted, and only 41.1% of people who watched it out of 2,000 people who watched that video. Almost 60% of everyone who watched that downvoted my video. So that basically means that over 1,000 people who watched the video downvoted my video. And I talked about mental illness. I talked about the fact that she had been displaying it. I talked about exactly why she needed to seek help. I talked exactly, and I went over everything that she said, everything that she personally disclosed, And I said, we need to be encouraging her to make sure that she is going to her appointments, that she is seeking that help, that she is not listening to people who are saying, not, don't go to those appointments, don't listen to the doctors, because she had people that were telling her not to listen to the doctors. She had fans, her fans, people who said that they were her fans, telling her, don't listen to the doctors. And she had her own fans telling her not to take her medication. And it's like, bro, you want her to get better or worse? And here she is a year later, guys. And she's able to sit here and tell us, I was very sick. And now she's been able to tell us, I've been able to get better, and now I'm here with you guys. And guys, that is amazing. Amazing. Bravo to her. She has worked hard. She has worked her butt off to be able to get to this point. Both as a streamer, as a performer, as being able to come out in front of us and be somebody. I mean, this is probably an accurate picture of what she was. And this is what people wanted her to stay as. They would rather this be her, not take her medication and stay like this, but still stream, then get better. And it's like, really? You want her to be like this? No way. And she's sitting here crying at us, man. And it's like, no, we need her to get better, not worse. And there's another picture here in a little bit that I believe accurately describes exactly what she probably had been feeling for the entire year. All right. Now this slide here is also a very powerful slide, and I'm glad she's able to say it now. And she's able to say it publicly, because in English she wrote, I couldn't believe anything, and the stream was scary. Okay, now the Japanese translation of this, it could be said a couple of ways when you translate it into English. One way you can translate this is that I couldn't believe anything, and streaming was scary, or I couldn't believe anything anymore, or I couldn't believe anyone, and streaming was scary. Because she had people that were lying to her, she had people that were betraying her. I can vouch for this. Before she closed down all of her other Twitter accounts, she had people that she trusted, completely trusted, 100% trusted. And she was trying to confide in them because she didn't know who, she was trying to find somebody that she could confide in, that to just talk to. And they were running off and talking to people who were talking to other people who would then go blab to people like Corey. And then that stuff would leak out, or they would go and they would go post it online. And so she didn't know who she could trust. I mean, could you imagine not knowing who you could talk to or trust? Everyone that she looked at, she didn't know who she could trust. The only people that she knew who she could trust was her lawyer. Could you imagine only being able to trust your lawyer? I mean, she didn't even know if she could trust her manager. I mean, that's pretty bad, so not being able to know who she could believe in, who she could trust. She was scared that of her Japanese fan base, despite the fact that they were saying, the ones that were sticking around were saying, you can believe in us, you can believe in us. She was hoping that she wasn't losing her English speaking fan base, and it's kind of ironic that cruising the Japanese fan base, I see a lot of Japanese people in her fan groups. They're basically saying, I don't know, I don't know, is she losing her English fan base? Because I kind of feel like if she moves on, is she gonna lose them? Are we going to be the only ones left? Are we going to have to pick up the slack? And they're panicking right now because they're panicking because of the whole nanners thing and everything else that's going on right now. So she's very, 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 very thankful right now, and we'll get to that slide here in a bit. That despite the fact that when she was in doubt that she didn't know who she could believe in, she was able to keep looking at us and the people that kept telling her, you can believe in us. We are still here. We have not left. And she kept seeing us over and over and over and over again. And she was slowly able to regain that trust and build that trust back up. So, and yeah, it was scary because she was all alone. She was all alone. And, when you're all alone like this, and I can vouch for this, when you're all alone like this, it is scary. When you're on this mountain all alone and and you've just fallen down that mountain and you're hurt, and you don't know if there's going to be anyone there to help you back up that mountain. It's very scary. And just like she's panicking and moving around right now on the screen, she's like, who's left? What's here? And this picture right here illustrates exactly how she probably felt the entire year. She had us in front of her, trying to offer her peace and happiness, and saying we're still here. But she still had all of that baggage and all those people behind her pointing fingers, grabbing her, trying to pull her back into that darkness. I mean, this picture is powerful, guys. It is such a powerful picture. And this is not just an illustration of what she has gone through over the past year. This is a mental picture of what she's gone through. Could you, and I get it. And if you've gone through any type of situation like this, you can relate to it, where you have this baggage that it feels like it just won't let go of you, and it constantly pulls you back. And every single time you think you're finding something good, and you have something good right in front of you, some jerk comes along and says, hey, aren't you that person? And then pretty soon you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands all pointing at you saying, oh yeah, you're that person. And then pretty soon, they start throwing insults and they start trying to drag you back into that darkness. But that's why we gotta still be that light, and we still gotta be that goodness in front of her. you know, and be able to offer her that goodness and peace and happiness in front of her, because without that, you know, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing, you know. And if she sees nothing in front of her, you know, and she can't find happiness in front of her, you know, that's when you get enveloped by that darkness, you know. And that's why she spent this last whole entire year trying to find that happiness that, you know, we were trying to say, hey, it's still out here. You know, all you gotta do is look. All you gotta do is look at, and it's right here. It's right here. You know, yeah, that stuff's still there. But you can put it behind you, and as long as you keep going forward, it's gonna stay behind you. Just, you know, don't worry about it. You know, you can leave it in your rearview mirror. Yeah, it may still always be with you, but as long as you leave it behind you, it'll stay behind you. You know. Yeah, you know, and I'm reading the chat here. I'm not commenting on everything that's being said, but I will go back and read everything that's been said. Now, this was her casting from 2018, when she was still as streaming as Mikeneko.
今日すごく幼女っぽい。嘘。スマホからだからなんか音質が気になる。
I believe this was before.
お疲れ様です。これ聞きたかった。それはめちゃくちゃ嬉しい。好きな人が配信してたら、いやゆっくり休んでくれ。私いつでも配信してるから。ゆっくり休んでください。毎回言ってるんで、本当？コインとお茶爆ありがとうございます。目が覚めた。でも私もう寝ようとしてるよ。
I believe this is before she started at Hololive. I want to say. This is her being extremely violent. So just be possible noise warning. Just heads up. Just in case. I believe this is Valentine's Day. Yeah, this is the bottle. Yeah, she destroys this bottle. Yeah, this was definitely Valentine's. Or was this White Day? This was White Day. This was White Day, wasn't it? Yeah, this was White Day. It was like, I think it was White Day. Now this videos that does say that she was very now she does sing here during this section here. I'm gonna skip this because it's I want to respect her cover song talent here, and I know that it's you know, she does have a good voice, but I'd rather cover what she's actually you know, talking about with her text and everything. if it was an entire clip review, and I knew she wouldn't get completely mad at me reviewing the entirety of that section, it would be different. But the explanation that I will be giving her in this entirety will be that I'm covering this from a English point of view, so there's understanding of what's being said in these sections. So she goes on here to explain part of what happened recently here. She tweeted out this picture of her, and as you can see, she tweeted out this picture of her, and it exposes a pretty good section of her legs, as well as her outfit, and it gets pretty close here, right, on her legs and everything. And there were quite a few comments about the possibility of maybe kind of, sort of, maybe kind of, being able to see underneath here. And there were, some kind of perverted kind of comments that were made in the tweets here about, panties and whatnot. And, some of it was kind of like yabe, and then there was some kind of like more wholesome. She basically said that she was very happy to see so many replies, both from her Japanese fans as well as overseas fans, and she goes on to say here, that she doesn't care, and there's this slide here really needs to have the context of the last section in order to make sense. This slide here essentially says that she doesn't care about the perverts that were making the comments about panties, and I wish I could be her panties, and blah 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 blah. And she says essentially, hey, I'm a perverted otaku too, and especially, I'm assuming she probably, goes goo goo gaga about, boys, and, I don't know if she reads BL or whatever, but she basically says that she's she can be a perverted otaku too, and that she's not going to lose, referring to people who, actual people who slander her and do defamation of her, and she's not referring specifically to people who are doing like the harmless, perverted or perverse otaku comments that are just making like the, I bet she's where those are A cup, that's an A cup bra or something like that. I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but that's what she's basically saying, So, and we're getting to the section that Spartan was just talking about here a little bit ago. And that she's basically that she can't talk. She still feels that, and I believe she probably still is, still being slandered, and or being misunderstood by people, and being attacked by malicious people which is probably very true. Some of it probably is being taken out of context, which is the internet by nature. And if you go around reading every single comment that is being made about you on the internet, you're probably going to see something that is either taken out of context by them or by you, which will cause the understanding. However, you also have those people who are just looking to pick a fight because they want to be right and they want to prove you wrong because they, oh, look, someone who is in the public eye that I can prove wrong, which, they think will help their personal ego or help their personal self-esteem. And that's likely what's happening, and then of course you have your people that are just plain evil, and yeah, those people out there too. So there's going to be a very long statement here coming up. I'm going to let her put the entirety of the statement coming up here. And so essentially, she has said all of that to bring it around to say this, that and she's going to bring this last part in. I'm not the only one who has slandered other people, and so she's asking, basically, asking for a truce, asking everyone, okay, I've slandered people, you've slandered people, we've all slandered each other, let's stop, let's just, it's happened, we've done it to each other, okay, we've argued, let's stop, okay, but let's end it here. The entirety of everything that you just saw, basically is that, hey, there are laws out there now, there are Japanese laws that are in effect that, you can be taken to court, you can get fined, you can actually go to jail for it, especially if you are a repeat offender. There are actual, there are laws that are on the book. You can be, if you the evidence is out there, you can be backtracked. They can get court orders to force your, internet providers, cell phone providers, whatever, to do all the stuff, to find all the things, to, do all the subpoenas and all that other stuff, to get all the evidence, right? And so she basically says, I'm not the only one who's been defamed. I'm not the only one who has slandered somebody. So please, let's just stop. And quote unquote, or parentheses, and from now on, I will deal with the slander, with everything, and the slander, both current slander and future slander, quietly, without saying anything about it, and I will not be disclosing it or disclosing any information about any cases of slander that she is currently involved or being involved in with, court proceedings or herself or anything that she is, anything that is out there. She is not going to respond to it. She's not going to publicly respond to it. She's not going to publicly react to it. She's not going to publicly respond to it. It's nothing that happens from her is going to be in the public eye. Not, her reactions to it are all going to be private. All right. I will not say anything or disclose any information in the future, and will be dealing with it privately and in her own time. And that means that she is basically going to be doing that all through her lawyer, through her attorney, through court proceedings, through all the legal channels, that kind of thing. If there's cases of slander, of defamation, any of those types of things that come about, and she's made aware of it, she's going to be taking that information, and then she's going to be passing it on to her lawyer. Let them deal with it. That's it. All right. If you see anything in the news about it, if you see anyone talking about it, if you see anyone reporting about it, if you see any rags meaning gossip columns, gossip news, news agencies, websites, whatever, mentioning her in any kind of, argument with another VTuber or another celebrity or another personality or whatever, or being involved in another controversy, none of that information is coming from her, nor is anything that is being reported on. If they say that she has stated it, or that or that information has come directly from her, or that the source is she is the source, she has not or will not be disclosing any information so that source is completely false. So take it as gossip, or take it as gossip, or take it as what did she say? Take it as take it as speculation or gossip. And basically, she is saying that she wants to. Basically, what she wants to do is she wants to try to do things this way because she wants to focus on just being able to stream and smile and see and talk to everybody. That's what she wants, and that's basically what she says here at the end. At the end here, it's you guys kept me smiling, and you guys are what kept me wanting to see everyone and coming back and seeing everyone. Thank you for always being kind and warm. It saved me by I was saved by meeting you. If you remember, and I'm going to echo back to something that she said as Rushia. One of the posts in her membership as Rushia was I can remember reading when I was going back through her archive that she had mentioned that it kind of makes me tear up when I'm thinking about it too, because it was what she had wrote for New Year's for 2020 2021 into 2022 was that she she always felt like she was overburdened and that she was trying to take on everything, and that she didn't trust people enough. She didn't trust her gen mates, and she didn't trust her fans, and she didn't trust her members enough, and that everyone was always there for her, but she kept pushing them away, and she kept wondering why. She kept crumbling, and kept saying, why isn't anyone here to help me up? And then she realized she kept pushing everybody away when they were trying to help her up. And then she realized the moments that she was able to find strength, it was because the people that were there for her, she allowed them to give her that strength. And that's when she felt most alive, was because she was able to, she let them in, and it really it really broke my heart to read that, because she said for 2022 the thing that she wanted to do the most was she wanted to try to let her gen mates and let her fans, she wanted to try to let them in more, so she could so she could grow closer to them, because she finally realized that she's always been bullheaded and headstrong, and she always pushes the people that love her away, because she always wants to do it herself, right? Well, then what happened? She realized, when everything fell apart, well, where is everybody? And she went through this identity crisis this past year, with losing Hololive, losing Rusia. And what was she saying for the longest time, right? She was like, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Where is everybody? And here she is a year later, saying thank you for always being kind and warm for me. I was saved by meeting you. And yeah, she always says that she loves us, right? But I'll be honest. Let me be honest here. When one of the things that she told me when I talked to her, when she responded to a couple of my emails, was she said, when that segment of the Japanese audience turned against her and went hostile, she was saved by her English fans, because her English fans, didn't turn on her. And I know some did. Don't get me wrong. I know some did. But the vast majority of us did not. We embraced her. We said, hey, you know what? Girls talk to guys. It's part of life, I mean, if I had a chance to talk to people I admire that were female, on Discord, I would talk to them. If I was famous and people got jelly about it, it's like, hey, you know what? I talk to women. I talk to women all the time. It's part of life. It is what it is. if you're gonna be jelly about it, hey, you know what? I mean, there's literally thousands of other other idols out there. Go like one of them. You know. I mean that would be that is who I am. You know, and I think she is finally understanding that too. It's like you live in that culture where you feel that resentment, right? And I started talking, and I started telling this to a person on Twitter, and I'll get to this argument here in a while, but I'll touch on it now. You got this idol toxicity culture embedded in the VTuber culture, where you got girls who talk to guys, and they can't talk to guys because they make the guy fans jelly, right? And then you got the CEO, and you got the managers, and like, no, you can't talk to the guys. You can't talk to guys, because that hurts my bottom line. That hurts my bottom line, and you're gonna scare away the fans. You can't talk to guys. And then you got the fanboys over in the corner here, and like, if we catch you talking to a guy, we're gonna call you a hoe. We're gonna call you a hoe, and we're gonna tell every person out there that you a hoe. And I'm gonna talk like this. I am gonna talk like this. And I'm sorry if I am about to offend people by talking like this, but you know what? I am who I am. And this is when we go from me being, being a proper VTuber to, me going to what Keisan, senpai taught me a long time ago. Be who I am. This is who I am. And idol culture is toxic. Live with it. And that's why we got the situation we have right now. We don't need that culture. We don't need that culture in VTuberism. It could be a subgenre, but it don't need to be the whole thing. It don't need to be the whole thing. It can be like Hollywood is. Hollywood makes up what, 0.001% of the United States, but it don't make up the vast majority of what the United States is. Just like, the rich is 1%, the rest is the 99%. That analogy. It don't need to be the whole thing. It can be that 1%, but it don't need to be that 99%. Just like, if you want to talk to a guy, let the girl talk to a guy. She still could have been Rusia, and she still could have been with Hololive right now. And the fanboys could have gone off and, gone off and go to somebody else. They could have gone and, married a pillow of somebody else. I don't care. But leave the girl alone. I'm sorry if I'm offending somebody, but you know what? I mean, that is what it is. And, that's what we got. We got a bunch of guys who just, they had their fantasy bubble burst. And because that fantasy bubble burst, her entire life got wrecked and her career got wrecked because of one mistake. one mistake. And let me tell you, as the final part of this segue, there are people who, and I know I'm gonna get my haters out there are gonna probably like come back at me on this again, but there are there was somebody who was hired by Production Kawaii who made several intentional mistakes in less than how many months that was hired by that agency, and she willfully made those mistakes, if you want to call them mistakes, before they canned her, and they kept her around after those incidents. And Rushia got canned for one singular mistake. All right, so let's give credit to where credit's due. You know, Mikeneko, it being an entire year, has been able to turn everything around. You know, and review here. She, you know, we covered all these text slides here from the first 30 minutes. Well, you know, technically it's the first 29 and a half minutes of the video, but you gotta realize that about the first 5 minutes, where it was her basically on loop, and then you know, there were several segments where she had some extended pauses there, and then she did do like a 3-minute song there and then talked a little bit. So but we did cover all the text slides here. And the intention of this was to ensure that we have a understanding of all the text slides here, both that were translated and not translated. So we have context for everything that she had tried to communicate here within the first 30 minutes before she got to the announcement that of her merchandise on her booth channel, or booth storefront, specifically with her washboard booba pad, but that's a different story. But it, you can buy if you want, but you know, I mean, yeah. So moving on. It was a very good presentation. I am very glad that she had covered everything, because you know what, I if you have been with me over the past year, I mean, my channel kind of runs many parallels with Mikeneko. You know, I started my channel in January, and my channel kind of really took off, ironically, when Mikeneko and Rushia had their situation happen, because I started talking about it, and I wanted a place for you guys and myself to talk about, because nobody allows any kind of, you know, actual conversation of the topic, because everyone's too afraid and chicken to have conversations about this stuff, for fear that, you know, just being chicken. And you guys know me, I keep my channel like as moderated as possible, where if, you know, we try to have civil conversations and discussions here. So, you know, we can have disagreements as long as they're civil, as long as they're thought out, as long as they're constructive. If things get too out of hand, I try to interject, and then if people have to get timed out, they get timed out. But most of the time, people are understanding that you can disagree, and you can cool off in separate corners, and then we can move on. So let's just kind of go back through comments here in chat here, because I know that we missed. I missed several things here. I'm just glad she listened to us. Yes, I want to let me just kind of comment on that. I'm glad she listened to us too. Let me get the background music back on here. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad that she listened to us as well, because let me tell you right away, I had sent her several emails, telling her what I was doing on the channel, kind of giving her a recap and review, as well as dropping her DMs through Twitter, and occasionally she would give me a reply, just either a thank you or a comment in response. But she was, again, she was also kind of very cagey about her responses, because she didn't know if she could trust me or anybody in that, during this past year. So she was very cagey with her responses, even with me. But I would send her, this is what I'm doing. These are the things I'm doing. If you don't like it, tell me. And she never had a problem with it. I said, this is what I'm doing. This is how I'm explaining things. Yeah, I don't get a lot of traffic on my channel, but I'm putting it out there for people to look at. For at least this way, people are we're having a conversation about this. I'm trying to explain it to people that may not quite get the full context of it. People are looking for answers. I'm trying to help you give those answers and full context, that kind of thing. And she was very thankful for it. And I tried to turn it back around, and like you said, tell her and reinforce her, go to your appointments. You need to go seek professional help. Don't listen to those people who are telling you not to take your meds. She had people telling her not to take her meds. She had people telling her, don't go to your psychology appointments. She had people telling her to not go trust the physicians and go seek alternative medicine for her psychiatric needs. I mean, she literally had people telling her this in her tweets and in things every time she was having problems. And as soon as I saw those things, I would literally I would literally lose it, and I would drop her emails and say, you better not listen to these people. And I would screen capture them. I say, don't listen to these people. I'm like, I don't care if you block me, or you stop listening to me, or start ignoring my emails or whatever. But you're gonna keep getting these reminders not to listen to these people, because you need to go keep your appointments and see the doctors. You trust your doctors, trust your physicians, trust that they have your best intentions at heart. And you know what? I mean, on her private accounts, on her private Twitter accounts, every time she went to see her psychologist, she would literally tweet on her private accounts that she would walk out of those appointments, and she would feel so much better after those appointments, and that she was so glad that she went. And the times that she missed those appointments because of COVID and the lockdowns and all the other stuff, the crazy stuff that was happening during that time frame when Japan's medical facilities were being taxed. Their infrastructure was being severely taxed. She missed, I think, like 6 weeks worth there was like a 6 weeks gap or something like that where she couldn't even get in because the medical system was so taxed, and she couldn't even get in to see anybody, and she was worried that she wasn't going to be able to get her prescriptions refilled and stuff like that. But she was stressed, right? But she felt so relieved after she was able to go back and start seeing her, having her regular appointments again. So, I mean, I'm glad she's been able to get to this point. Somebody who takes medication for immediately different psychology, I know it's worse. Small side story for myself. I started having to take a medication here recently because I was very long story short, I was diagnosed with PTSD, and they figure I was probably undiagnosed for years, and that losing my uncle in January like amplified it like 10,000%. And so they started me on medication for it, and it's like a night and day type thing, where that anxiety just, I mean, it's kind of a silly thing, right? It's people would think it's kind of moronic. But when I lost my uncle, for, I want to say close to a month, I was afraid of my phone. I was literally afraid of my phone. I could not, every time my phone would ring, I would freak out. So I would automatically assume it was somebody calling me, and it was somebody going to tell me someone else died. And for those of you who are regulars of my channel, you would know that I had lost I lost my uncle recently, and then I've also recently lost my mother. And I was like, okay, who's next? And right now I'm dealing with luckily my Siamese, he's just turned 15, but he's starting, and he has beginner stages of feline Alzheimer's. So I'm going to be losing him soon. So I got death all around me. So, they started me on medication because, I mean, of what I'm going through, right? So, yeah. Long story short, I can feel it when I forget it or I don't take it. Let's see here. The bottle clip was legendary, extremely legendary. I kind of picture the bottle being how she wants to what she wants to do to every auntie out there, and I can kind of picture her kind of like at times just like instead of breaking things, she probably just like has like an entire like bin of them, and she just goes ham on them. Probably has a sledgehammer right next to like a whole bunch of them and just goes nuts on it. She probably has her own like Elden Ring arena and just like goes nuts on bottles, I think I remember her tweeting something about Kaige Nikki saving her. Yeah, she did. You probably remember better than I do. Yeah, she did tweet that. She mentioned it in Twitcasting once, in member only Twitcasting. And it it kind of made the Japanese fans a bit jealous, but an English person dropped a big donation in Twitcasting, and she typed something into her translator, and it basically came out something like, I'm very thankful to my overseas fans. You guys saved me when I needed you the most, or something like that. And it made the Japanese guys like really jealous, and she's like, no, you guys we're here too. I'm just talking specifically to the the English speaking guys, and yeah, they got jealous, and of course they would, because they're boys. But yeah, I mean, and that's just it. People got to realize that, especially for Mikeneko, and all of them really, until the day that they hang up what they're doing, you got to accept that their love is going to be for everybody. I mean, even if there is some guy, femboy, some Mufasa femboy out there that does cover songs that she talks to out there. I mean, she's still gonna love all of us until she hangs it up, right? So I mean, enjoy it while she's here. She's gonna share that love with us until she hangs it up, until she says, okay, I can't do this anymore, and this is where I have to part ways with you guys. And if you spend the entire time worried about the other guy, you're not going to be able to enjoy the time that you have with her. I mean, that's why look, this is why I don't worry about, okay, look, there's something that I want to make extremely clear here, okay? Like, I absolutely adore Hoshinon, all right? My little sister, Kanan Hoshino, okay? Hoshinon is my imoto. I consider her my little sister. I will always consider her my little sister. Why? Because number one, she's younger than me. Number two, I enjoy spoiling the hell out of her. Number three, I enjoy playing games with her. I absolutely love playing games with her. I enjoy teasing her. She's made fun of me. I love making fun of her. I love making fun of the fact that I can, like, you know, tell her I can't call you, you know, EDF Obasan. You know, I can't call you an old lady. I can't call you an old lady. You're a little sister to me. You're never gonna be an old lady to me. You know, if you're gonna be an EDF girl, you're gonna be an EDF, you know, Emoto forever. You know, and she goes, God damn it. You know, but that's fine for me, and that's fine for her. And you know, everyone else, you know, all the other guys are like, come on, man. You know, and I'm like, no, I'm older than her. I can't consider her an old lady. I can't consider her an old son. She's never gonna be an older sister to me. She's always gonna be a little sister to me. But I always respect the fact that all the other guys around me probably love her or like her or, like, you know, have some sort of, you know, maybe more romantic attachment to her, right? And I never, ever, ever impede on that. Never. And I never, ever, like, hey, that's my little sister, man, back off. I never do that. I can't do that. I won't do that. And I've told her, I said, look, I call you my little sister. I know that you have your boundaries. I respect that. I just like to tease you. This is how I want it. This is how, you know, if it's uncomfortable to you, tell me and I'll stop. But you know, I'm not gonna, you know, go beyond those boundaries of making you feel uncomfortable. You know, I just want to have fun, you know, and she's fine with it, right? But that's what it is. You gotta enjoy that time. And I told her, I said, look, that time that you were gone, that, you know, she was gone for 4 months, guys, and I missed the hell out of her for those 4 months. If you guys pay attention, like, actually pay attention, like, you know, my activity or like what I'm doing at times, it's like you'll see me like chat with her almost like, you know, like clockwork when she streams every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, you know, Central Time, my time, because, you know, I missed the hell out of her. You know, it was like, you know, part of my routine. You know, my cats would wake me up because my Siamese loves watching her. He wakes me up, I feed him, and then he comes and sits next to my computer, and then he sits there and waits for her to start streaming because he likes her voice. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But he waits to hear her voice. He sits there for a few minutes. He watches her, like, start doing whatever she's going to do on the screen. He gets excited, and then he runs off, and then he disappears for the rest of her stream. But that's his routine. And he loves her. He loves it. And he's done that, and he's sat there. It's like a regular thing, right? But what I'm getting at is that for Mikeneko, it's the same thing. You know, we gotta enjoy those moments while we have them, and not worry about, you know, well, you know, she's talking to that femboy, you know, that's wearing a dress, or, you know, wearing. I think he's wearing a dress, but is he wearing a dress? I don't know. You know, I mean, wow, he is. He's wearing press-on nails. That's for sure. You know, I mean, you can't worry about that stuff, and that's what people are worrying about. You know, it's like, what was she really talking about? It's like, dude, what are you more worried about? Are you worried about, your time that you're spending with her? Are you worried about, I mean, yeah, okay, maybe she was talking with him. Maybe she liked the same stuff as him. Hey, you know what? I like Dragon Ball Z. I'm sure there's like, a million other people that like Dragon Ball Z. Am I dating all of them? Oh, you know what? I just realized, I love One Piece. Guys. I have been dating Pina Penguin for years. Nobody knew about it. That's why she's mad at me. Because I had been denying it the entire time. That's why she banned me. I mean, come on, guys. I know that's probably a bad analogy considering the bad history I have with her, but I mean, honestly, I mean that's basically what it is. It's like, come on, really? That's where this gutter thought goes. Just because somebody likes something and maybe has the same stuff doesn't mean that it correlates, And that's what she's saying, And don't trust that crap. If you watched everything that I put on my channel over the last year, I went through everything Corey had put up on his channel, and I went through his entire timeline of everything that he produced as evidence, and literally nothing matched up timeline wise. Never mind the fact that, all of his stuff was like second and third and maybe fourth, hand down, except for maybe what was supposedly told to him from her. But none of it was like actually in her voice. It was all, oh, she told me this. So yeah, don't trust that. Don't trust it. Just don't trust it. Okay. But yeah, her fans in general, the people that stuck by her. And let's make that extremely clear though. Okay, yeah, her foreign fans, by and large, her foreign fan base stuck by her, and that's one of the reasons why her Twitch channel was as strong as it was at launch, was because her Twitch or her US or in her English fan base was extremely strong. I counted it up, and she had on day one alone, she had well over 400, and this was just in the top 10. She had in the top 10, she had, I believe it was top 10 people had, everyone in the top 10 had 50 gifted subs. So you have top 10, so that's 500 gifted subs alone, just in the top 10. So 500 gifted subs at roughly $5 a piece. You do the math. And then that doesn't include people who subbed on their own, or people that gifted, that did bits, people who use their own, primes, so on and so forth. And that was on day one. So, and that doesn't include the rest of the month either. So, there you go. So, and that's just on the monetary part, but that strong response alone, gives you an indication of how many people just turned out to support her. At the monetary value, on the positive note, she's been able to keep a strong base. The problem that I think she has is that she, with the amount of time that it's taken for her to recover over this past year, she hasn't been able to grow as a streamer who has been able to communicate with that English audience, and she's been having to rely solely on translation and subtitles, subtitles and closed caption. And so this next year, I think she needs to redouble her efforts, because if she doesn't stream with somebody who can speak English, yet she knows simple phrases. However, it's more difficult once sentences get more complex, or if she is playing a more complex game, like she's playing Elden Ring, and she wants to say something, but she has to think of how to say it in English, and trying to think out a sentence in English from Japanese while playing Elden Ring would be extremely difficult. That would be like trying to figure out a geometry question, while trying to land a plane. So, Umberto, I'm sorry for the late recognition. Welcome. So yeah, that's basically again, that's for the people who have just come in. We covered the first 30 minutes of her stream here. Basically, we covered the text slides of the first 30 minutes of her stream. We're not going to cover any more of her stream, because number one, out of respect of her stream proper, it would not be proper for me to stream her stream on my stream, and she would probably then be able to take down my stream, and I don't want her to issue a takedown notice. And number two, it would the intention of the stream is to be able to give proper context to the text slides that she put up, especially the text slides that did not have any translation, the ones that she typed out on her own, or she didn't include any kind of text on them, or translation text on them. Essentially, to give a very quick rundown of what she said, she basically stated that on her Mikeneko YouTube channel, the assumption here, of course, is that she stated that she wants to begin streaming various things again as Mikeneko. But before she starts, she wanted to talk and chat about the type of content she wants to stream. And she also said that she still feels very nervous about streaming as Mikeneko, most likely because she still has the haters and trolls out there, and she still has a fair amount of people who are doing slander and hate against her. And the reason why I'm saying the reason why I'm making a bit of an assumption here is because she still has her Twitcasting channel. However, she mostly uses that for membership communication when she wants to be a bit more, do more intimate communication, and when she it seems like when she wants to be able to, especially when she, her. I don't mean to say this the wrong way. However, there are times where it feels like I think she feels like her Japanese audience feel. Sometimes it feels like her Japanese audience feels like they get restless, and so she feels like she needs to baby them a little bit, or give them a little bit more attention. And so she's like, okay, guys, let's go over to Twitcasting so I can talk to you guys. Because they all literally are like, hey, come on, let's go over to Twitcasting. Let's ditch Twitch and let's go over to Twitcasting. Let's go over where the foreigners aren't. I see them saying that a lot. It's like, there's less foreigners over there. Come on, let's go over there. It's like, okay. And I think they just want their time with her or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it just kind of feels that way, And I think that's kind of what I mean, okay, I get it. I guess I don't know, but I honestly think that she uses that more to just kind of like talk casually as opposed to like wanting to use that to stream any games or anything like that or any other type of situation or product. So yeah. Better late than never. Thank you for dropping in. So let's see here. So yeah, it does sound like she does want to stream more on YouTube. So I mean, that's always a plus, especially if she feels ready for it. I think it would probably benefit her. I know she always wanted to start doing more on her channel here. It's just a matter of what she wanted to do and how she wanted to handle that. Let's see. She also stated that she went through a montage of the things that she went through over this past year, and she did a very and I'm not going to go through the entire montage, the montage in its entirety again. However, she did hit a lot of very key points here, and use a lot of good visual aids here, especially when it came to pictures and statements. This one here in particular, she basically stated, that it had been a year since she became Mikeneko, and that a year ago she was very sick, and she didn't mean just physically. She was also meaning mentally and emotionally, and this is basically where she was at, where she was literally curled up in a blanket, and she didn't want to stream. She felt like nothing was worth it. That she didn't know who to believe in. She didn't know what to believe in. She didn't know, she was afraid to stream. She didn't want to stream. She was too scared to stream. She didn't know if anyone. I mean, she didn't have any she had lost her identity. She had lost herself. She didn't know if she could trust or believe in her fans or even herself anymore. And it was a very trying time for her. And again, I'll use this image as another example. This image is a perfect encapsulation of how she struggled over the past year where she had us in front of her, you know, trying to offer her salvation and hope, you know, for in the future, you know, with her, and saying, hey, look, you know, I mean, we're right here. You know, if you want to stream again, if you want, you know, you have fans that are still waiting for you right here, and you had people behind her, you know, pulling on her, trying to drag her back. You know, pointing fingers at her and saying, no, 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 look at the person. Look at this person who did all this stuff. This person's bad. You know, look at that. Look at it. You know, we're going to drag her back into this darkness with us. You know, that kind of thing. You know? So, you know, but she, you know, she stated that, you know, it was us. It was literally us that saved her. You know, and she was very thankful for it. And she, you know, she wants us to know that, you know, yeah, you know, during this past year, she was not the only one who was out there, you know, slandering other people and talking bad and saying things out there. You know, she was out there, you know, she got mad and she said things about other people. She got into arguments with other people and things were said, you know. But she wants to say enough, you know, she's saying enough's enough. Let's put this all behind us. Let's stop. Let's, you know, today, let's stop all this right now. Let's just stop it right now. You know, as of today, I'm not saying anymore. You know, as of today, you know, all I care about is wanting to be with my fans, be with my you know, people on my channel. You know, anything that comes from me from now on, you know, and anything that, you know, anything involving slander, you know, defamation, anything like that, is going to be handled, you know, quietly. None of it's going to be disclosed publicly. You know, everything's going to be handled privately, you know, and you know, through official channels. None of it's going to be disclosed. You know, none of it's going to be given to, you know, third parties. You know, if anything is said in the media regarding her, none of it came from her, and it needs to be taken as gossip, or you know, or hearsay. You know, treat it as such, but it didn't come from her. So, you know, she wants everyone to be very clear about that. So, you know, the thing that she wants to concentrate on right now is she wants to concentrate on the future, and, you know, just being with the people that want to spend time with her. So, all right, hey, if you lose power, yeah, check the VOD later. You know, or, also check her VOD. You know, she sounded very cheerful. She sounded, you know, I honestly, and I'll be on. And let me be honest with you. There was, to me, and this is just me, as an outside observer. There was a big difference between how she sounded today and how she usually sounds as Nazuna. And I'm not just talking about, like, you know, that she, you know, was talking different. I mean, I'm talking like attitude. I'm talking like actual, like, as a person, she felt different. Like, she felt like how it almost felt like she had that energy as what she was like as Rushia. And I know that's kind of a weird comparison, and maybe even kind of an unfair comparison, but it literally felt like that's how it was. Where, you know, she felt like, it felt like, you know, it felt like she found what she, you know, she found either what she had lost, or she had found something of equal value, or something that she wants to value as much as what she, that, you know, thought she had lost. that's the comparison I want to make. You know, I think over this past year she's done a lot of soul searching. She's done a lot of, you know, and this is speculation on my part. I could be totally wrong. However, you know, again, as an outside observer, at watching, seeing, reading a lot of the stuff that she had done, said, even at a point, I told her, I said, and I told her, because before she had her argument, with what's her name, and she had that whole disagreement with her. I had told her because like she was like going like a way wrong way, and I told her, I said, I said, what you're doing, I'm not, you don't need my permission. I'm just telling you, as somebody who's an outside observer, I think this is a very bad idea. And as somebody has stuck by you for, since the whole Fallout thing, I'm just telling you, I've never steered you wrong, and I've always tried to give you advice when I could, give you advice, and you can take it or leave it, because I'm a stranger to you, but every bit of advice I've given you has been honest. This is very bad advice, and she went the complete opposite direction, and the next thing you know, it all started cascading down on her, and then she ended up in that whole mess. I think she's been doing a lot of growing up and a lot of soul searching, because she honestly, she was a person who like went from being kind of like really naive and from a very naive existence into a very sudden catapulted into a very popular and expensive existence, and meeting lots of people, and then a lot of people are like, hey, you can trust us, you can, and then you start like, having people that are just kind of like, trying to be your friends and stuff like that. And of course, what happens when you have people trying to be your friends, you start trusting them, and they start trying to take advantage of you, right? And that's where things fall apart, and you lose trust, and then things fall apart, and you have to put things back together again, and that's where we are. And I'm not saying that she's dumb, but she has even admitted that she can be a very naive person. And she can be, very naive, but she can also be extremely stubborn at the same time. So it's the worst of both worlds. She can be naive and bullheaded, and she can be like completely naive and still like be completely dead set on the naive choice and see it through to the end until like it's complete ruin, and then realize, hey, I should have turned that around. So hey, it is what it is. Let's see here. Anime dating app. I think you have an idea. Add a not safe for work. Rent a girlfriend. Gotcha, and you'll be a million. Hey, there's well, I think there's actually a dating app that's kind of like that, but it's not. Of course, you don't have like the licensed girls on there. But if you were to like license out, get or get if you were to like give a certain amount of royalties to specific VTubers in order to get their likenesses and get specific give specific recordings and voice lines and stuff like that, and then pay them on a regular basis in order to update with like voice lines to match like seasons and other various stuff, because you can have like there's an AI type thing that will do everything from like call you when you're almost home, because it will track you by GPS, and send you texts and stuff like that, and like I'm waiting for you, or like I'll have the lights on when you come home, and I'll turn on the lights for you and all that fun stuff, and I'll have Netflix turned on and ready for you, or I've recorded, this thing on your VOD for, that you wanted to watch later, send you that DM for that, or instant message, all sorts of stuff, like almost like you have like an actual girlfriend waiting for you at home. But like if you had like had like the likeness of, an actual VTuber, and have them do that, and then like have them like leave voicemails for you and stuff like that. I mean, that would be I could see like actually making millions off of that, because you'd have people buying into that. I mean people pay like $5-10 for voice packs, so I mean, why not? I know like I've seen like plenty of guys that will buy voice packs just so they can have like a VTuber's voice as their voicemail. So I mean, why not? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they even have like um what was it? I know there was like talk about having like a VTuber dating app at some point, where you could like go on, because like AKB even had a dating app for gens 1, 2, and 3, where you could actually like go on dates with them, and then you can ask them out at the very end. You could pick one and ask them out, and they would be like, well, I'm still committed to being an idol, but if you'll wait for me, um, you know, maybe after I'm done being an idol or something like that, or they'll say something to that effect. It was like very like non-committal, but there was like a lot of like flirtation throughout the entire thing, but it was very much a dating sim type thing, almost like but yeah, it was AKB 1, 2, and 3, and I mean they were like wearing bikinis and stuff like that. So, matter of fact, I think I got a copy of one of them. Somebody sent me. But anyways, so I want to move on though. Actually, I need to take a hydration break. Now that we talked about Mikeneko, we need to talk a little bit about the what's being said, or what's not being said, about what's going on with VShojo. And I'm not going to go into too big of a detail because this is a very complex situation. And there's very much a lot of stuff that is in play with VShojo at the moment. And there's pretty much too much we don't know about what's going on. Okay. But what I do want to say is that a lot of people are making a big deal about what Keisan stated here. And because the headline basically says Keisan admits she would leave VShojo if offered a better contract elsewhere. Okay. Now, that's the headline. And the essentially the articles read out like this. Popular VTuber Keisan has admitted that whilst VShojo treats her well, she wouldn't hesitate to leave if offered a quote-unquote way better contract elsewhere. Okay? Now, everything else reads out like this. Multiple members have left VShojo with Vebe and Silvervale exiting on April 25th and Nanners following suit on May 1st. A mass exodus has seen several VShojo members speak about the departures, mostly offering support and kind words to the departed talents. Now, Keisan, another VShojo member, has offered her insight, admitting she'd consider leaving too if the right offer came along. Keisan, again, the big headline. Speaking on Twitter, VShojo Japan star Keisan admitted she would leave the VTuber agency if offered a way better contract at another company. On her contract situation, Keisan said, "If VShojo JP is treating me very good right now, but if there is an agent that can give me a way more better contract, like giving me 1 million per month sponsorship, and if VShojo couldn't offer me more, hell yeah, I'm down. Contracts are business after all." This tweet was posted in response to Vebe, Silverville, and Nanner's exit from VShojo. Some members of the VTuber community have speculated that this was due to personal reasons, despite Vei explaining that this was strictly financially motivated. She went on to directly address the fans, trying to stir up drama. I don't understand why people want drama for this. People do the same thing in social life. Talents too have the right to choose whoever they're happy to be at. I don't care about anything if the talents themselves are happy with their fans. Now, there was also a tweet here that a couple of lovely fans had made that I saw and thought were very ironic and made a comment on, especially this one here. And by the way, for people who are unaware and come into my streams, I do not censor people who publicly post on Twitter, because they are publicly posting on Twitter. If they want their Twitter posts not to be seen publicly, they can privatize their own Twitter handles and their own Twitter posts. They are posting on a public forum, and their Twitter handles and their Twitter posts are public for anyone and everyone to see. And they are addressing me specifically, which gives me the right and capability to respond to them in any way and fashion that I deem appropriate and necessary. If they have a problem with it, they can privatize their posts in response. So, just to make everyone aware. I'm not doxing them or anything else like that. So, if I were doxing them, I would put out their real names and all that other fun stuff, which I don't do. So, but this person, these two people actually, essentially said her attitude towards VShojo went from this to this. Kason is, of course, right to take with her take of they are free to leave for better contracts, but that sure ain't helping VShojo, the agency at all, Lamau. And they copy and post pictures here that basically say, what are the pros and cons about joining VShojo? And to which her response was, pros, tech support, safety, legal support, cons, nothing. And then they also put on a clip here from the 30th from her that basically says, wish you nothing but the best for my lovely friends Nan, Vey, and Silverville. And then with the translation, if you are an agent with a contract with better conditions than VShojo, please contact us. LOL. And to which I responded, there's no real significant difference in her position. She's basically saying that if they can give her something better than what she currently has with VShojo, then make an offer. No one can. No one's going to make an offer with complete freedom, plus brand rights to their label, character, and likeness, which will allow them to keep allow them to keep the money that they're making, and keep their character, label, and likeness without making without taking a significant cut. And to which this person replied, "True, but also the revenue split is deliberate." And by the way, this person tries to use big words to sound smart. True, but also the revenue split is deliberately made to cover up those bargaining powers by taking away scalability of their profits while also subjecting them to informal management structure not up to professional standards, which are arguably worse than IP rights. To which I replied, hence why they would likely return to being indie without outside representation or agency, as opposed to having a label added to their brand. Kason has been arguing for that individuality since being in Hololive. It's why she told girls to stand apart and not be afraid. To step outside the mold, which unfortunately, which you, like most of them, are forgetting. As Hololive drifts closer to Yago's AKB dream, his idol group keeps losing their identity as they conform. Meanwhile, VShojo is losing their talent. I'm making a comparison here, by the way, which this person completely, they completely missed the comparison I'm trying to make here. VShojo is losing their talent as they continue to grow as individuals and move on in their own direction. Nanners and Kason will keep being themselves long after any of the Hololive girls graduate due to idol burnout, which means they would lose their individuality and they would lose their actual, character, because they have to graduate and then start over. So who do you think is doing it better? For themselves, their identity, their namesake, their brand, and their likeness, without having to start over or switch to a new or alt identity. if we were to take that into account, look just like Mikeneko. It took her an entire year to reestablish herself as Mikeneko after having to start over from Russia. Or, in effect, look at how she had to reestablish herself as Nazuna, right? So, this person goes on to argue, and I mean, this person literally, like, this person, like, I mean, literally goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And I'm like, bro, I'm not. No, we're not doing this. So, but essentially, essentially, you know, and if you look at the guy's page, wall, he's basically like a diehard Hololive stan. I mean, you're not going to change his mind on it, and he has like zero idea of like anything outside Hololive, and he is like completely like zoned in on I mean he has spent like the last whoever they've spent the last like 5 some odd days or however many days literally just sitting there like constantly attacking VShojo about the whole mass exodus of talent and stuff like that, right? Okay, so before we continue with that, though, I want to get to Nanner's statement here real quick. Didn't some JP fans not like K-san going to VShojo? Yeah, several JP fans didn't like her going to VShojo because they think that VShojo is way too westernized, as opposed to like, you know, if she were to go to, say, Niji, you know, VShojo, they you know, well, and you know, we'll talk about that here shortly. So and I'm using Crunchyroll's news article as a source here. The official social accounts of VTuber agency VShojo released a formal statement formally confirming the departure of popular VTuber member Natasha Nanners, who is one of the most visible and popular members of the stable English language VTubers. The official statement is embedded below, which you guys have probably seen, which VShojo formally informed the community of her departure. Nanners has since released her own statement detailing the reasons for her departure, which I will read. After much consideration, I decided not to renew my contract with VShojo and return to being an indie. This decision is my own and not a reflection of my relationship with any of the other members, and it is something I have been seriously deliberating for a while. I'm deeply appreciative of all the opportunities of being a member of VShojo has represented over the past 2 years, and wish everyone, staff, and fellow talents alike all the best. While this change is likely come as a surprise, it won't change who I am, any of my content, or who I choose to collaborate with moving forward. My streams will continue as usual. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future will hold in this new chapter. Thank you for all the support and understanding, Nanners. Okay. And Crunchyroll, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now, a lot of people are automatically looking at this, and they are automatically saying, damn, what did VShojo do to their contracts to scare off all these talents, right? Or what did they cut, or what changed in these contracts, that they are offering to these ladies that, has changed. What has changed, all right? Now, we can speculate, and that's all we can do, because we don't know. We don't know the intricacies of these contracts or anything else. But what we can say, without a shadow of a doubt, is that the landscape as a whole has changed since Nanners had joined, since VShojo had been founded, and since the entire VTuber bubble had started, right? Because we gotta really look at the situation here. What has changed in the last 3 years? Well, in the last 3 years, we've seen the vid, we've seen the C virus come and go. We've seen lockdowns come and go. We've seen the consumption of digital media spike heavily, become a major part of everyone's life, and then slowly subside as society has started to kind of, try to find a normal pace again. And then now we're starting to see a lot of financial instability as we're entering in the middle part of 2023. And now we've just seen another major financial institution get swallowed up in the last 24 hours. And this one is another one that was in the United States. And of course, if you look at where, VShojo is based out of, they're based out of California. And, California is not exactly the stability capital of the world when it comes to places where financial stability is a hallmark. If anything, blue chips in the United States have been extremely shaky over the past year. We've seen the tech industry in the United States shrink. We have seen a lot of instability within the tech market, within the blue chip sector, and with the financial outlooks shrink. You're looking at the dollar's still strong compared to a lot of other currencies out there. However, you're looking at financial outlooks. VShojo is a privately owned company, so we don't have an inner look at what their financial outlooks are. They might post their financial outlooks on their website. I'm not sure. I haven't looked, but if they do, they might they might show a projected plus. However, a lot of those whatever their projections were, those projections might have been before the first financial failures of the banks. And if that's the case, then whatever those projections are could be way off. So there's a lot of factors that are involved in this. It's more than just, they're just being stingy, or they're trying to get more profits off their talent. So see here, earlier today, or within the last 24 hours, so within the last 24 hours, where is it? So, J.P. Morgan Chase has acquired First Republic Bank after bank fails. Here, I will. Hang on a second. You got studio mode. So this is 30 minutes ago. So Daily Crunch, in the United States, second largest bank failure. Fed seize First Republic Bank and sell it to J.P. Morgan Chase. Banks are collapsing. Oh, hey, look, OpenAI is even richer now. On the brink of collapse. Regulators closed First Republic Bank and lined up a buyer, J.P. Morgan Chase, which acquired First Republic Bank for $333 billion in assets and deposits. Meanwhile, Ingrid writes that the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation is on the hook for $13 billion. I have no idea who Ingrid is. It must be, that's one of their writers, I guess. Yeah, so, yeah, First Republic Bank failed this morning. Let me see if I can find a better article to. Let's see here. Let's see here. Regulators took over First Republic Bank and sold a substantial chunk of its assets to J.P. Morgan, marking the third major bank failure in the United States in less than 2 months. The FDIC briefly took control over First Republic Bank over the weekend before overseeing the sales, which it described as a highly competitive bidding process. I don't care about that. See. Yeah, and apparently the U.S. government just invited them to step in over the weekend without, just like, hey, come take over. U.S. Republic owns 84 branches that went to J.P. Morgan, and depositors have full access to their money, which is good. Because if they had been locked out of their accounts, that would have caused a run on the banks. Latest event and a period of banking turmoil. Yeah, First Republic has struggled ever since the U.S. Took over Silicon Valley's bank and Signature Bank in March. But its death spiral began in earnest on Monday as it announced that it had lost over $100 billion worth of deposits over the last first 3 months of the year. So yeah, I mean, you have a lot of stuff that's going on, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that this has anything in particular to do with VShojo themselves. However, you also have to realize that there are a lot of other things at work here. I mean, more and more people are finally starting to buy in to realizing that what a lot of us have been saying for a long time over the past year and a half. I mean, the U.S. economy is going to lose steam and has been losing steam for a long time, and it's been propped up here, and we've been saying for a long time that there was a lot of artificial inflation of jobs that were happening because of COVID, right? And a lot, especially us in the tech industry, we said, we're adding all these tech jobs because we had to build this infrastructure to compensate for all these jobs, or for all this infrastructure to accommodate for all these jobs that had to switch to people working from home. But now that companies are trying to get people to go back to the office, they're trying to take these jobs away, switch these jobs back, which means you're switching the infrastructure back, or you're rolling that infrastructure back, which means you're taking jobs away, and you're not leaving them out there in place, which means you're stripping jobs away. And they're trying to save money by doing this, but in the process, you're actually costing you more money in the near term, and you're causing, the economy to shrink as a result, right? Which means, you're basically like bleeding yourself, hoping that after you bleed yourself, that you're going to be healthier. After being lean because you bled yourself. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. You should have left everything as it was because you were making bank, and you should have just kept building, I mean, we had everything just fine the way it was. Now just keep going. But, people who think they're smarter than us, are like, no. It is Nux is with VShojo. Nux, as far Nux has had a complicated history with VShojo. As far as I know, he's not. He was he co-opted with them. I don't think he was ever actually signed with them. He collaborated with them. He had a contract with them, but he was never actually a part with them. He had a collaboration agreement, but he was never actually signed with them. That was the way he explained it. At least that's the way I understood it, because he had he he supposedly like was like he supposedly was like trying to like supposedly feed them insider info on things that were happening that people were saying to like their security team or something like that. But in the process, he was like also like trying to gather dirt on people. And there was like a major falling out with him, Nanners, Silver Veil, and a couple others. I mean, it got ugly. Yeah. Nux said the girls didn't support him, but I mean, at the same time, Nux. Honestly, I don't know if I could trust Nux from the onset. I mean, just the way he talks. I mean, if I met him, I would talk to him as a person. I would talk to him. But I wouldn't trust him to buy me lunch. I would still bring money. If he were to say, "Hey, I'll buy you lunch. Let's go out and eat lunch," I would like, okay, but I would still bring my wallet. I wouldn't trust him to actually pick up the bill. At least my part of the bill. I wouldn't trust him. In fact, I would tell the waitress or waiter, I would say, like, make sure you give him his check, because I'm not paying for him. The check goes to him. I'm not paying it. He's paying it. I would tell them that from the time that we sit down. That's how little I would trust him. He doesn't earn my trust. And I think that's the problem. He has a reputation where it, just the personality and the content that he puts out, he doesn't, it doesn't earn, it doesn't earn a level of trust. If anything, it earns a level of shiftiness that seems to be manipulative. And he may not be that way. However, it definitely feels that way. And I could see how women would take it as him being a manipulative man. And that may not be his intent at all. When it comes to him being genuine, that may not be the intent at all. However, the persona and the way he talks and the way that he speaks, at least all the public content that is out there of Nux gives the impression of someone who is deceptive and manipulative. Even if that is not the intent. And the reasoning is simple. It's because the impression that is given is that Nux will do and say anything to get either the views or to give or get the attention and the money to get what they want for the views. That's what it seems like. Hey, show me your Google Chrome history, and I'll give you $500. Why? Because I want to put it up on YouTube. It's like, come on, I'm going to give you money so I can get views. Never mind, I'm going to expose you. I'm going to give you money to expose you so I can get popular off of it. That's what that's what the content is. That's what the content looks like. From an outside person, that's what it looks like. And it looks very manipulative and deceptive, despite the fact you're giving compensation for it. That's kind of like saying, hey, you know what? I don't care the fact that what day it is or whatever. I kind of want to like do it without being safe. So let's not be safe. I don't care. Hey, I'm not the one that has to worry about it. Let's do it. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. I know that's a very horrible example, but that's what it sounds like. To a normal person, that's what it sounds like. It's like, I mean, damn. That's kind of like going to like to 11 there. It's like you're gonna pay somebody to expose them. It's like, eesh. It's like that's more than a prank, bro. That'd be like, I mean, it's one thing to like go into someone's chat and say, hey, I'll give you like $20 to say like ara ara. That's one thing. But going into someone's chat and say, hey, I'll give you an Akaspa if you show me your Google Chrome chat or your Google Chrome history right now, without deleting it. You can't check it. You have to show us everything. You have to go back like the last week. $100 Akaspa right now. Like, you asked me to do that. I ain't showing you my I ain't showing you my history. I don't care how much money you give me. You ain't seen my history. I mean, it could be full. It could be full of like K-Sun, fanfics, and and Nanner, fan art, for the last week. But I'm still ain't showing you for $100. And if you like Nux, that's fine. I don't think that people have a right to like and dislike people. I will always defend the fact that I have a saying, and you can take it with you no matter where you go. And I tell everyone this, including my haters out there from from Prison Project, the people that hate me now from Prison Project and from Kawaii Productions. Hey, you are not gonna like everybody all the time, but you are gonna disagree with somebody all of the time. That's just the fact. At some given point in time, you are going to disagree with somebody out there. You're not going to agree with everybody. Just like you're not going to like everybody out there. You're not going to like the same people out there. You and me are going to have different opinions and different likes and dislikes. We're not going to agree on everything. I've yet to meet a person I 100% agree with. It would be a boring life if everyone agreed with everybody. It would be very boring. People say, oh, it would be great. No. It'd be boring. Because if everyone agreed, then, there would be no variety at all. No variety. Man, if Nux were to meet somebody in real life, I have a feeling that Nux probably is the type of person that would be like, you know, I think that, and maybe I'm reading him wrong, but I think Nux would probably be like the type of person that is very playful in real life, but he's also probably like the quiet one who, you know, he's an opportunist in real life. I think he's an opportunist. He's probably not the loud one in real life. He probably portrays being loud as his online persona only because he's not like that in real life. He probably is like, if he's in a group, he's probably more of the quiet one where he waits for his opportunity and then he springs his opportunity to play the prank, right? And when he plays the prank, it's an attention getter, and everyone's like, "Dang, Nux, he got us good," you know, and like it gets everyone's attention, and he gets that feel good moment, right? And everyone smiles, and everyone's like, "Yeah, man, Nux got us good," you know. Everyone laughs, and everyone's like, "Yeah," you know, and it's kind of like that, that kind of like that moment of zen kind of thing where, like, you know, if like everyone's kind of like, you know, dang, you know, what do we do now? You know, and next does something that's like, you know, brings everyone together. You know, even if it's just like a prank, it's like, you know, Nux always knows what to do, that kind of thing. I think Nux is that kind of person. He's that kind of dynamic in a group, even if it's a prank. You know, I think he's that kind of person. You know, now that being said, I think he also needs to be around the right kind of people to be that kind of person. I don't think he can just be that person in any group. It would have to be a group of like-minded people or a group of similar-minded people where he could get along and have that. He couldn't just be with, like, say, like VShojo and it automatically happen. It would have to be, you know, with people with similar taste or similar, like, you know, likes and dislikes or similar, you know, similar status, like, you know, if they were, you know, like in the same field, that kind of thing, you know. But I also think that, you know, probably, you know, Nux is probably more of kind of like one of those loner type people where he's not like a 100% loner. He's more like, you know, he seeks out more of like the of a solitary group, an outlier group, as opposed to like wanting to be part of like a massive type of group, because, you know, if he's part of a bigger group, when he chooses to be loud, they find him more annoying than being like, you know, being somebody that is like comedic or funny. And that's probably like why Nanners and everyone else probably didn't get along with him. It's because, like, you know, that kind of person and personality just did not, you know, click with them. That's probably why they looked at him and they're like, man, can we get rid of him? You know, I think that's kind of where it came from, is that just the personalities just did not click with each other. Well, you know, it's very, look, I think VShojo by and large is VShojo is by and large a group of personalities. They're not This is where people get. I think this is where people get confused. Okay, and let me close this. Actually, let me close this too. Okay, people look at VShojo and they think, oh, okay, talent agency, VTubers, and then, you know, they automatically associate VShojo with, you know, Hololive, you know, Kawaii Productions, Prison Project, any of the other number of groups that are out there, you know, groups, because where did they get the idea from? Well, you know, you had the famous, you know, clip that went around, you know, 3 some odd years ago of good old Yago-san that, you know, I'm trying to create a group just like AKB-san. Oh, well, okay, so that means idol group. So they automatically assume and associate talent agency, a bunch of VTubers equals, okay, that means that they're hiring to make everybody a group, an idol group, a VTuber idol group, which means everyone is going to be working together. Yeah, together, everybody. It's, you know, collaboration, 100% collaboration all the time. Everyone, you know, it's, you know, tight-knit group. Everyone is, you know, I mean, it's a bunch because you're all VShojo. But VShojo has made it completely clear that there are a bunch of individuals that all work independently and they all work individually. You know, they're individual people who work under a banner. And yeah, they do collaborate. But that's all it is. It's collaboration through individuality. Which means it's not, you know, you're not, it's not like, you're not having gens, you're not having generations, you know, debuting like Hololive. You know, you're not having groups of ladies, you know, debuting, you know, under a single banner, like, you know, with catchy titles like The Console, or, you know, Hollow Myth, or Hollow Fantasy, you know, or, you know, whatever the most recent one was for Prison Project. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. You know, when you, it's just like when you, you know, with like Niji, you know, Niji is, you know, they're a massive group of VTubers. Some of them work together. Some of them are a group. Not all of them are working together. Some of them have never worked together. And a lot of them are individuals who have never worked with each other and have graduated and have never met the other people who had just started. You know, that's how Niji is. But yeah, everyone also associates Niji as, you know, you know, well, if you're working with Niji, that means you're working for an agency, and that's a tight knit group. No, it's not. You know, you by and large, you know, you are not. Yeah, working for an agency does not guarantee that you are going to get the help and support that you think you're going to get, and that's what a lot of this misunderstanding entails. You know, when you say, like Kason said, you're gonna get like people who are gonna help you with network security, with technical support, with like accounting, with legal support. Yeah, that's all true. Because you are going to get somebody who is going to help you set up with the VPN, so you can have the ideal tracking of your IP address and your network traffic. You're going to be able they're going to be able to monitor your packet flow. They're going to be able to monitor your traffic speed. They're going to be able to regulate your bit rate to and from whatever streaming service that you're streaming OBS through. They're going to be able to protect you or give you a certain amount of protection from DDoS attacks. They're going to be able to help you with specific software if you are trying to stream older games on a newer computer or a newer OS. Those types of things. Yeah, they're going to be able to offer you those types of things. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to dial up Nanners on the fly and say, "Hey, Nanners, how's it going?" Or dial up Iron Mouse and say, "Hey, let's collaborate next Friday." That's just not going to happen. And people assume that, it's just that easy, and it's not. There's a lot more that happens in the background, besides that. And not only that, but you have to realize, let's take VShojo as a test example. Okay, I want to use VShojo as an example. Let's say you and I, we are VTubers that work for this agency. I'm not claiming I do. We're using them as an example. Okay, and we want to play Hogwarts Legacy. What kind of hurdles do you think we're gonna have to go through to get VShojo to let us play Hogwarts Legacy? I'm an individual. I'm an individual who is choosing to play this game that has a controversial past, that VShojo has taken the stance on and said, we do not want our talent to stream this game. I'm saying no. It's my choice. It's my choice. I'll take the heat. I have no problem taking the heat. People want to hate me, they can hate me. It's fine. What kind of problems, what kind of hurdles you think I will have to go through with VShojo to stream this game? And what kind of, do you think that would cause a problem? And let's say that, okay, me and VShojo had a major disagreement about that, and I said, okay, fine. You know what? Fine. You win. Okay, fine. I'm not. I won't stream. I won't stream Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, that's fine. Fine. You win. Okay, you win. All right. So, what you're basically saying is that since my contract is up for renewal this month, by the way, basically what you're saying is that you on my contract that you're going to be renewing with me at your leisure, despite the fact that it's not written anywhere in my contract, by the way, you're saying that you can arbitrarily restrict me as talent from playing any game and any piece of software on my stream. You can arbitrarily restrict me from playing any piece of software at your leisure purely because you feel it's controversial. Even if it does not violate the terms of service of the platform that we're broadcasting on, you're saying that you can restrict me. I could see that being something that could be a sticking point, right? And that could be something that, could be something that could be an impasse for future talent. Or let's say, for example, let's say for example, let's say that, let's say that I somehow manage to weasel my way in and I make it big. All right, I make it big and I somehow make it into Hololive as a Holostar. I don't know how, but let's say I make it into being a Holostar. I somehow get into being a Holostar. I sweet talk my way in. I say, hey, John. Hey, John. I mean, you and me. I mean, we can make some magic together. Why don't John and Marko? Why don't we just why don't we just like make some magic together and we will show the world exactly just what we can do. And she goes, "You're hired." And like, bang! All right, I'm in. All right, so I'm hired. All right, I'm in there. I am a Holostar. I'm gonna be making bank. I'm gonna be like doing covers. I'm gonna be doing whatever, right? Okay, so I'm a Holostar now, right? But I want to do a duet. And not only do I want to do a duet, I want to do a duet with Roboco-san. Oh no. Oh no. A man? A male? A male? Mingling with a female? A woman? A woman? And a Japanese? A Japanese holomem? Oh no. That's forbidden. That's forbidden. No. You can't say that, Marko. What's the matter? You want to get fired on your first day? Oh. I'm so stupid. Okay. I'm so stupid. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Hey, you know what? I mean, you guys have allowed people to do. You guys have allowed people to do collabs once in a while with VShojo, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, they have that new member Nazuna, and she sings pretty well. How about I do a collab with her? What? What's the problem with her? She's brand new. I can't do a collab with Nazuna either. What's wrong with her? What? What are you guys not letting me into? Oh, you guys can't tell me. Oh. So you're telling me that you won't let me collab with her, but you can't tell me why. Because is this something forbidden? Maybe something that is not that you guys don't want to talk about? Ah, okay. I see. But at least it's not I can't say that either. I see I'm going to be a problem here. I'm fired, aren't I? Yeah. You see what I'm getting at here? I'd be such a troublemaker. I mean, like, I'd be doing this right in front of Yago, and Yago would be like, "Man, if I wasn't so passive, I'd be kicking your ass right now." Actually, I might do that in front of him to see if I could get him mad. If I was able to do that in front of him, but I'd never have that chance. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, you just it just be that way. It just be that way, you know. I mean, you're not gonna find that kind of you're not gonna find that kind of camaraderie in VShojo that you have with a generation that is hired all at the same time. That, they're hired together, they're brought in together, they're trained together. They're from day one they have to rely on each other together. And then they all have senpais. They're all typically of a generation above them. So that generation has been brought in together. So those 8 or however many, are all able to, form a cohesive unit. You don't typically have that. And so what you end up having is a bunch of individual people who are all either together, as individual units. And then when you bring somebody new in, they're typically brought in and dropped with one person who is either delegated or who has volunteered to give that person some kind of instruction of how things work. They get to be with that person for a little bit before they go off on their own. And then they typically end up either having to rely on that person, and they end up bonding with them, or they kind of flounder on their own until they find their feet, and then they have to try to make feelers out to other people. And if those other people are able to make those connections with them, then they're able to make connections with others. But it's few and far between. And Mikeneko has the additional hurdle of a language barrier. And that's the downfall of why VShojo was a bad fit for her. I'm not saying that she should have gone to someplace like Niji, because Niji, honestly, I feel like Niji in many ways is a very much a rotating door, because they seem to cycle through just as many talent as they bring in, especially lately. And I have no idea how their stock manages to stay as high as it does with the amount of talent that they have cycled through in the past 12 months. It's a pure miracle that their stock has been able, well, I haven't checked lately, but the last time I checked, somehow they managed to they had somehow managed to keep their stock at minus 4% where they were 12 months ago, which is a miracle, because 12 months ago was literally like their high points of where they were, at the pinnacle of their value. Right now they're down 5% of where they were a year ago. So that gives you some perspective. If you want any idea of just how their stock looks right now, this is where they were last summer, and going into fall. And this is when they hit. So remember, for those of you who are part of my channel on a regular basis, when they introduced their English branch and they introduced their all those male VTubers and everything, this is where they introduced them. And this is where their stock originally spiked, right? And then it dipped a little bit down here. And then as summer lingered on, and then they went into their fall and went into their festival, they boomed. And they boomed big. And they literally doubled their stock. And they literally hit it big by October. And as you can see right now, their stock is down significantly. But if you look at the markets as a whole, are also down lower, while the Asian markets are higher. So, I mean, at least that's a plus. And the US dollar is still stronger against the yen, which is bad for the yen. But on the plus side, there isn't, if this continues to rise, then it'll be a problem. If it gets over 140, then it'll start being a problem, because that means the Fed is putting significant pressure on the yen, despite the fact that another bank failed, which wouldn't make any sense, and it shouldn't go over 140. But if cover is actually doing pretty well. They're up almost 15% on the year. So that's something. Ario! Ohayou gozaimasu. So, anyways, enough about stock prices. But I mean, that's my take on where VShojo is on why things may be looking a lot stickier for contract renewals. They may just not be able to offer as much in their contracts as they previously were for the past 3 years. And it could just be that their outlooks. I mean, again, you have banks that are failing in the U.S. And if banks are failing, people are looking at, okay, is there an economic slowdown? Is there going to be a recession? Am I going to be able to pay people for the next year? How are bankrolls, how are payrolls going to look? Are we going to have to start cutting, things? How are, how's our outlooks going to look? Are we going to be able to pay for, this and that? Being based out of California, there's a lot of things that are required that you have to pay and offer your employees, regardless of if they are Japanese employees or English or American employees. So you're still required by law. So, there's that too. So, let's see here. See, remember all the flack that Callie got when she started collaborating with Iron Mouse? Yeah, Callie got flack for collaborating with Iron Mouse. Well, Callie gets flack for everything. I mean, Callie gets flack for being Callie now, so. As soon as Callie puts out a new single, it's like she gets flack for, just opening her mouth now, and it's like, gosh, just give it a rest. Just let the girl be. I mean, she's making music. She's doing what she wants. If you don't like it, just listen to something else. I mean, come on. But yeah, she gets a lot of flack. She got a lot of flack for that too. And it's like, hey, you know what? Iron Mouse is about as weird as I am. and I'm weird enough. People think I'm weird. Iron Mouse is weird. We're all weird. We're weird people. That's why we're VTubers. If you don't like us, that you like the wrong thing. We're all weird. Let's see. I think I see where they all screwed up on their talent freedom policy. There's a lot of talent freedom policy that they just don't. People like there's a fallacy among fans and the talent agencies that they. People try to have a certain sense of justice that they try to employ in order to minimize the amount of controversy that they bring into their little sphere, right? Okay, and this goes for me too. Okay, this goes for me too. Everybody has it, and if you say you don't, you're denying it. Okay. Everyone has a certain amount of justice that they have in order to minimize the amount of controversy you bring into your sphere. And it's the way we handle things because we want to have what we're comfortable with in our sphere. It's how we function. It's a thing. It's a function of how we exist in our daily lives. Okay? Now, if that sense of justice includes something which you've been told, let's say, is let's say is a cultural norm that has recently been politicized or publicized, that has been pushed into the public spotlight, but has no actual bearing on everyday life, such as, being able to wake up in the morning, being able to breathe, being able to, being able to, open your eyes, just being able to be a person, just wake up and live, be alive. You're alive. You wake up and you're alive. Life itself. Okay. That number one. If it doesn't involve that, okay, then you can't say that you are restricting someone's ability to live, because if you're able to do those things, then you're alive, right? If you're able to breathe, you're alive. If your heart's still beating, you're alive. Your blood's still pumping through your body, you're alive, right? So I mean that's one thing, right? Okay. Now, if you're able to, if you're still able to, be able to, get up, I'm not sitting here and, physically holding you down and saying, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. I'm not physically holding you back from, earning your paycheck, or, stealing your food, or, letting you be able to go where you want to go. Or I'm not, restraining you from being able to make an honest day's living, or go to the store, or, you have a boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife or life partner or whoever, and I'm not telling you, who you can be with. I'm not stealing your kids. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm not stealing your property. You can't say I'm stealing. You can't say I'm stealing your livelihood by playing the game. That's what I'm saying. Right? So I'm going to play the game. I'm not killing you by playing the game. I'm not stealing anything from you by playing the game. I'm not saying that you are less of a person by playing the game. I'm pretty sure that the person that you're having a problem with is somebody who is not me. And that person may get maybe 1/1000th of a cent of the money that I put into the money that I've spent on this game when all is said and done. So I'm going to play the game. Now, if you have a problem with, a social aspect that, that is, because of the way you live, or the way you believe, or the way that you are, that's separate and we could talk about that. And I've made myself very clear on where I stand on those things. And I have every right and belief that, you know, there are things that definitely need to be addressed for that part of society, and then that part, and that especially that population. But that has no relevance to what game I choose to play for the people that come to my streams, much less what I talk about on my streams, and why I have to dedicate so much time explaining that, you know, in my streams when I want to be talking about a game and not your problems. You know, if you want to come on my channel and we could talk about your problems, we could talk about those societal issues and how that affects, you know, the listeners and people who are in the VTuber industry. However, that's different than what I'm trying to do right now. And you know what? People hate me for saying that. Because they want me to care about it right now by not playing the game. And it's like, no. No. I will care about those people by dedicating the proper time to those people, because they deserve the proper time. And if you don't want to show up for the proper time, that's on you. Don't tell me not to buy or play the game and not show up, because that's exactly what they do. Pommy and Eva's covers is out. You're so happy. Oh, their covers are out. I haven't checked them out. I will go check them out, Oreo. If I were a company and my VTubers want to play a game, unless it is a pirated copy, I'll let them play as long as it does not conflict with their schedules. I'll even have mods guard their chats like a hawk. Companies should take care of their assets like children, as people, as individuals, not like objects. Agreed. VTubers are not objects, and people treat them like objects to be owned and they treat them like objects that, you know, have to be like, you know, guarded like jewels, instead of like, you know, respected like people. And that's not the correct way. It's, you know, I mean, that's how like Mikeneko was treated this past year. You know, so many people, especially JP bros, and I'm sorry JP bros, but you know, so many JP bros were like, you shouldn't be telling Mikeneko this kind of stuff. I'm like, yo, she is in real trouble. She needs to see a professional. She needs to get professional help. She needs to see people that can help her and treat her properly. She doesn't need to, you know, people just to tell her, do your best, keep at it, you can do it. No. She needs people to tell her the truth. You need to go find professional help, people that will listen, that you can trust, to tell them exactly what you're experiencing, so they can properly diagnose you and help you get through what you're going through. because otherwise you're going to keep struggling or get worse. Because she was turning to alcohol and violent fits of rage as a result. And I know you're just supposed to tell her that. It's like, you know what? It's like, shut up. It's like, really, shut up. You know? It's like, you know, how many, and I'm sorry, especially our, you know, our EN Hollow Myth fanboys out there. How many of our Hollow EN fanboys are watching some of our Hollow Myth girls self-destruct due to stress and overwork? You know? And how many of them are gonna have to graduate prematurely because of idol burnout? But that's okay. They'll just revert back to their other persona. It's like, yeah, they'll have to revert back to their other persona. That means we'll lose them as their current persona. So that means we'll lose something. We're not gaining anything. We're losing something. You're okay with losing something? Wasn't that something special? Don't you think you want to keep that something around, you know, for as long as possible instead of burning it out? You know, I'd rather, you know, experience a lifetime with something special or someone special than, you know, watch them destroy themselves in 5 years and then say, well, that was a good ride, wasn't it? Yep. And now she's gone. But we always have the memories. I'm just saying. I know I'm cynical. I know I'm really cynical like that. But, you know, it's the honest to God truth. And it's unfiltered. Because, you know, we are literally talking about a past and present with where Rusia was and could have been, and where a lot of the girls are right now. And where a lot of the girls are right now is you know, well, hey, there's a reason why we haven't seen Hachima in a while. If you want a perfect example of idol burnout, is look at where Hachima is. And tell me I'm wrong. You know, I mean, Hachima literally had to back out of her portion of that whole Hollow Festival purely because of her health. Despite the fact that she was supposed to be in it, and she had to practice her ass off to try to be in it. But they still, you know, tried to have her meet her commitment for her other portion of whatever it was that they had her be a part of, instead of, you know, just taking this year off. You know, it's important for their, you know, their stock that's currently on screen right now, of course, you know, that they made it big this year because they launched their stock at the same time that they had their festival. But people call me, they also call me cynical for reminding people that they did that. Anyways, so I'm actually concerned about Hachima from a clip from Watame saying that she hasn't replied to her DMs. What I do understand is that she needs to be away from social media for now. Yeah, so social media is literally the worst possible thing to be on when you are suffering from burnout, and from especially idle burnout. And I will attest to that by saying, for the past, what, 7-8 days now, just trying to take care of my cat. I have, by and large, had been silent from most forms of social media, except for very rare occasions, just so I could focus on taking care of my cat and some other things around the house because he really needed attention, and my own personal sanity as well. And another thing is, just not to get too personal, but with the entirety of losing family members over the past year and a half, I have by and large quit several forms of private social media. Not because I don't want to talk to family, but because the amount of toxicity that had started in the family because of the fallout of losing family members had started reaching some very ugly levels. And then, of course, you have the normal amounts of spam and other things that people try to push in your face, and I just didn't want to deal with it. So I was like, I'm just quitting this stuff, And so the only social media that I really bother to even pay attention to is mostly things involving people that I try to be very close to. Mostly, people that I watch on a regular basis. I have 2 feeds that are strictly for people I only watch. That's it. People I watch, period. That's it. And then people that are I have memberships to, I have memberships to their channels, and then I have my regular feed of everybody else, and I'll check that every once in a while. But as soon as it starts getting, I'm like, I just like, okay, close. That's it. I'm done. Especially like today, like as soon as I saw the whole thing with Kason, and I made a couple replies, and I'm like, man, okay, I'm not getting into this. I was like, you know what? But that makes perfect content for a stream. So yeah, okay, I'll add that on to today's stream. But it's like, okay, I'm not getting into this because it's not going to end. I'm not going to argue with these people. But you can't internalize it, is what I'm saying. And if you have a dark side, like I think I think Hachima does, and like I think Mikeneko does, and I think a lot of other people do, that you have a dark side that you allow social media to fester with, and you let that dark side feed on it. You that dark side starts to metabolize it, right? And then that dark side starts to take over, and then you literally, uh, Hato literally becomes Hachima. The split personality is no lie, and it's a very, and I did not like where the lore was going. I really didn't. And I'm gonna be 100% honest right now, because I could see, I could feel, I could feel something in Hachima that was off, that was unstable. Um, and it was more than just her character, and it was more than just it. I could tell that she was playing up, two sides of a coin. However, I felt like there was a lot more to it than that, right? And it's just like how, like, Rushia and Mikeneko, there's an unstable nature to both of those ladies. But there's the playing up to it, and then there's also the reality of it, right? And I think everyone here can understand the difference when we look at Miki and Nico now, and know the difference between the when she plays up to it and the reality of that. And I think Hachima and and Aki and Akai, I'm sorry, Akai is at that point, if you haven't already seen it, right? Now, I'm making, again, I'm making a speculative, I'm making a very speculative analysis of her. I'm making a judge a character, okay? I'm making a judge a character based upon my observations of her over, since I've watched her. People have very varying differences of opinion on people based upon what they see and what they choose to see. Okay, people can choose to see very different things based upon how they perceive a person, and that's fine. Because how you perceive somebody is, number one, based upon how you've been brought up, how your brain interprets a person, and then how you judge their character. That doesn't make you wrong. That doesn't say that you're wrong. It doesn't say that I'm right. It doesn't say that I'm wrong. What it does say is that we can both be looking at somebody and say totally different things, believe that we're right, and we can both either think and be right or think and be wrong. And unless somebody actually sits there and questions a person and gets a baseline of a person and goes through a psychiatric evaluation of that person, it's very hard to know exactly how or where that person's personality is, and where people's ideals of a person really lie in between. So, and another thing is that people really, 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 really don't understand that people really don't understand, okay? And people hate me for this, okay? And people and maybe I'm busting a lot of bubbles by saying this lately, but people really don't get and understand that the girls at Hololive and Prison Project and Kawaii Productions and Niji and there's a couple other ones out there. There's a reason why these ladies have either taken, or that their agencies are starting to offer them voice lessons or and singing lessons, and or they have taken voice acting, where they have voice acting experience in the past. Several of them they have landed small or minor voice acting roles in the past. And people hate me for saying this, okay? But I really want you to hear me out on this, okay? Because it's a fact, and people need to start need to realize this. There's a reason why recently Hojo Marin has been talking so much about it. They her and several others of Hollow Fantasy have been talking a lot about it, and they've been covering a lot about it on her channel and a couple other channels. About I think they were talking about auditions that they did for a mobile game. Several of them have done voice work for mobile games, even if it was just 3 or 4 lines. They've done 3 or 4 lines for that the game on Switch. There's a reason for it. It's because being able to have that voice acting experience and that voice work experience helps you be a better streamer and a better content creator. It allows you it allows you to have the ability to know and to work the mic better, to know how to work the audio settings better, how what kind of inflections work better, being able to adjust the different kinds of settings on the fly. You're not relying so much on somebody tweaking those audio settings for you when you can do them yourselves, especially if you have the audio equipment in front of you. That's why a lot of streamers, they invest the money into the receivers and the boxes and all the other stuff, so they can tweak all those things on the fly by themselves, and they have, several thousands of dollars of audio equipment that, connect between their mic and OBS before it even gets to their computer, because that, they have the experience of working with that equipment in the past. And it's not just because they are singers or they have singing experience. It's because, they have either the voice acting work, or they have the singing experience, or they have the singing work, and they have worked with the equipment before. And people don't get that. They all they see is the VTuber that plays the video games. And it's like, no, there's more to them than that. And if you don't understand that, and you only see an anime girl that is playing video games, you're not getting the full picture. So it's another facet that you have to understand, and it's why a lot of people really misjudged where Mikeneko was this past, or where she was mentally this past year. They understood that, hey, something was going on with her. Hey, she hasn't been around. Hey, I hope she's okay. But a lot of them were like, hey, shut up. When she's ready, she'll say something. Until then, just say, we're hoping for the best. We miss you. Never mind that she's screaming her brains out. She's saying she wishes she would die. She doesn't want to exist. That just say, we love you and we wish the best for you. It's like, no, this is a cry for help. It's like, use more than 2 of your brain cells for a second. I mean, this is not just her looking for attention. This is serious. This is something. This is a moment here that we need to take seriously. When somebody says that they don't want to exist, that is not something to say, oh, she's faking it. I'll never like say that. Ever. I've lost people that have said that. I'll never say that. I'll never say that again. I've said it once. I'll never, ever say that again. I'd rather try to save them and lose them than just say, oh, they're faking it. Never. Hey, if the power goes out to you, have a good day or night. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. But thanks for hanging out with us as much as possible. I really appreciate you being here, man. All right. I really do. I know that I've been a little bit all over the place this latter part of the stream, but I really appreciate you being here as long as you have been. I know it's been kind of rough with the power and everything like that. Yeah, stay safe, and I hope that you don't lose power. If you're able to hang on, you know, more power to you. No pun intended. But if you have to go or the power goes out, thanks for hanging out with us. All right. But honestly, uh, this is what this is what I people call me unreasonable for saying this. All right. And I don't think this is too much to ask. I really don't. I really, 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 really don't. For Hololive in particular, I don't think it's too much to ask. Hololive is big enough, especially now. Hololive is big enough where I believe that I think that they have the capability to be able they have the capability and they have proven with their financial reports, especially before they went public, with their last financial earnings report that they released before they went public. Their public release, that was their sales pitch to the public for their initial IPO. They make enough financially to allow each talent the ability to take time off and have the leeway to have schedule to allow them to schedule time off in advance and to be able to do so without hindering any of their major performances. And as to why they don't do that, I don't know. However, it seems odd to me that they don't require, for health and safety purposes, if nothing else, that they don't require that the ladies take a certain amount of time off. And it might be because of specific labor laws, and again, it may also be part because they are operating under the Japanese labor laws, as opposed to, like, say, part of them or since some of them are in different countries, but they are Japanese-owned organizations. I'm not sure how international labor laws apply across the board. That being said, technically, a lot of them, especially according to U.S. labor laws, are working well over 40 hours a week. If they were working per salary, or even if they are working salary, they're working well over the established full-time work status, which is technically illegal when they are not taking breaks on a regular basis. And when they are not taking breaks on a regular basis and they are working over an 8-hour work period, I mean, some of them, when they start struggling, especially mentally or physically, and they're starting to get ill, it's a little, it's worrisome, Now, I get that, it's a different work environment, and there's, it's different exceptions and so on and so forth, and, performance-wise, like, especially like if you were to take like uh as performers, they're not performing 12 straight hours without taking like a minute or two break in between, but at the same time it's like you still worry about and wonder how, what's that doing to the person as a whole when they suddenly have to disappear for 6, 7, 8 months or weeks at a time because of mental and physical fatigue. Now, it's worrisome, Um, if the company can afford to allow them to take that kind of time off, or they're being forced to because of medical, you know, they're being medically advised to take that kind of time off. It almost makes me wonder, well, if they can, if the company can make that much money and still afford to allow a talent to take that kind of time off, then that it almost begs the question, well, how come they aren't giving that talent that kind of time off on a regular basis? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're only human too. A lot of them aren't even off, quote unquote, off on their days off. A lot of them are working other jobs on their days off. Some of them are working at their family businesses on their days off, and they're working at a full day on their at their family business on their day off. So they're playing, they're doing a 14-hour Super Mario run, and then they turn around and then they do like a 6 or 8 hour shift at their mom and pop shop, and then maybe they crash for 4 hours, and then they go back into UB status, and then they're back at it for another 12 hours. I don't know how she does it. I really don't. How does she do it? I really wonder how she does it. Sometimes I wonder. I really wonder. I think there's a reason why they call the gamers. Because I've been watching Mikochi and Okayu and Karoni, play Mario, and Karoni has really been getting into Street Fighter recently. And I've been watching Mikochi go through pain, literal pain, with Mario World. Oh man, and the she should be glad that she's playing on Switch, because we didn't have save states back in the day. I mean, the pain that she's feeling is nothing compared to what I went through when I played it on the Super Famicom. Oh man. And she went 12 hours this past day, just getting to World 8, and that was pain. But anyways, yeah, I honestly, guys, I really I know we segued way off topic, but hey, that's the way my stream usually goes at the end. It honestly, it's been so long since I've had a chance to stream and talk that my mind tended to wander here at the end. I'm still not 100%. I don't know if you've been able to tell or not. I'm still congested, like hell, but at least I'm able to talk without coughing too much. So I mean that's a plus. And I've been able to make it 4 hours without coughing my head off. So that's a good thing. But I at least wanted to chime in on this while there was something to talk about, because like I said at the very beginning, there was enough at the beginning of Mikeneko's stream that I thought needed explanation and context, that we should cover it on my channel, and it would give me a good stretch back into streaming, because tomorrow Redfall releases, and I know a lot of people have been slamming it hard despite the fact that it hasn't actually come out yet. And I think a lot of people are also slamming it hard because it's a great departure from Arcane Studios' typical type of game. But I still want to play it because I want it, even though it's a looter shooter. Because I haven't played a good vampire game in a long time, and I'm kind of curious on how it is. And it's on Game Pass, so it's free. For me, it's free anyways. It's included with Game Pass, so I figured why not. So it's already preloaded. So as soon as it unlocks, I figure I'll play it tomorrow. I intend on playing it on stream tomorrow, assuming that my head cold clears up enough or stays clear enough for me to stream, and my little one stays behaved enough tomorrow to let me stream. Even if it's just for a couple hours tomorrow, if he stays well behaved tomorrow night, I'll stream at my regular time, usually which would be starting right about now instead. And we'll play some Redfall, see how it is, see whether or not it is trash or if it's worth it. And then I do have the first hour or so of what is it called, that Honkai Star Rail whatever game that I started. I did pre-record the first, I think, like 45 minutes to an hour of cutscene portions of the story that we could review. If anyone hasn't played it, I haven't rolled on any characters yet on my account, so I've actually been holding off on my tickets until I had a chance to play it on stream. So so we could always do that as well for a stream. And again, I also have my content gathered for Gen 0 and Gen 1 for best screams of Hololive 0 and 1 that I haven't streamed yet, so I want to do that as well. So that content's on the line there as well. And then of course we do still have Atomic Heart that I need to finish up as well before moving on. And I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna pick up the new Zelda game yet, because I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I kind of wanted to play Breath of the Wild first before I did play the new game, even though I know you don't have to play one in order to play the other. But since the game systems are so much alike, I kind of figured I wanted to play one before I played the other. But I'm not quite sure yet. And then there's a couple of games on the line that I wanted to play. So, but that about covers it for tonight. But I missed most of all. I just much like Mikeneko, I really missed this kind of being able to stream and talk with everybody and share my opinion as much as it is. Yeah, my voice does sound strained. I have been chugging water like crazy. Um and it does sound strained. This is probably the most talking I've done in days. But I do promise that I will rest my voice afterwards, and I probably won't talk much again until tomorrow. But that being said, I do think I've said enough for tonight, and we have covered practically everything that I did have planned covered for tonight. I am going to clip the portion that we covered for Mikeneko, specifically for the text slides that we covered. So that will be a segmented part that will be uploaded later, just for posterity's sake. So you will see an upload go up later. Also, I will tomorrow. I will also be uploading a short video that will essentially be a small video clip article regarding Hoshinon, Kanan Hoshino, Maimoto has a small, and in case you missed it, in the community tab and on Twitter I posted, Maimoto got a small article that will be featured, and it's not a feature article, but she did get a small article that will be placed in the next edition of the VTuber magazine that will be out in print this month. Basically, it's a article that features her along with QR code for her channel and for her Twitter. It introduces her, what she likes, what she likes to play, what she does on her channel. They ask her a couple questions like what she likes to do, what she likes to play. Whether or not she there are things that she would be interested in doing for her channel. Especially like if there's things like for like sponsor opportunities and stuff like that. A chance to allow her to kind of like put a little plug out on her behalf and everything like that. She is actually celebrating her 3rd year as a VTuber this year, which is amazing, very amazing. So I'm very, very proud of her for being able to get an article, and the I believe it's called VTuber Style, which is I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of her. She's worked very hard. She's always been kind of juggling between wanting to be more like a VTuber, like I want more attention, I want to grow, but yet she's like always been kind of shying away from like, well, I don't want to be like other VTubers. I don't want to be like the other girls. And I told her, I said, just like I've been saying all night, I was like, well, Kei-san's a perfect example. She's different. She's herself. She does what she wants. Be who you are. Don't be like the other people. Be what you want to be. You are who you are. Be yourself. If you want your own rules, play by your own rules. And she's thought about, well, maybe I should try out for an agency. And I've told her, I said, hey, if you want to try out for an agency, that's fine. But let's just remember, if you try out for an agency, you gotta play by the rules. And if you play by their rules, that means we might have to say goodbye to you on a personal level. You're not gonna have us, we might have to be arm's length, and you're not gonna be able to talk to us like this. You're not gonna be able to ask us, for advice or questions, or just hang out like this, and at least now, now you can kind of talk to us, and we can, we can give us, your input, and I can tell you as an older person, hey, that this is that, looking at life a little differently, and I've traveled a little bit further than you. This is my perspective of things, is that kind of thing, and it's been able to help her a little bit more to have that kind of perspective of things. So, I'm very proud of her, though. And again, like I said, I'm proud of her, like like an older brother, and like like a friend, like an older brother. And like somebody looking at her and saying, hey, she's accomplished a lot, and I'm very happy for her. So, and I'm as an English speaking person, being able to just kind of take that info and saying, hey, you know what, I was there at that moment when she was able to accomplish this, and I've been able to kind of share that with other people, and look what she's been able to do is very cool. So yeah, I'm excited for her. She's gotten that far, and I'm happy for her, so I thank you guys for listening to me talk about her and gush about her from time to time, because it's you guys don't have to. You guys could tell me to shut up about it, but you don't. Just like Ankaro, she's re-debuting here in a couple days too, and I'm very happy, and I'm excited about that stuff too, because you know what, and I know this is the last thing I'm going to say. It's the last thing I'm going to say before I go, and I'm really happy, and I'm kind of excited about the whole thing. And this is kind of like my good feel moment, where I kind of feel like, in a way, and this is gonna sound silly, a little really silly, but I kind of feel like, at least for this moment, I kind of feel like, the family is all kind of coming back together. The family is going to be whole again. We're not going to have Rushia back, but we got Mikeneko. At least it sounds like we got Mikeneko back where she wants to be. She sounds happy. She sounds like she's found where she wants to be, right? I got Hoshinon back where she wants to be. She's happy. Ankaro's coming back. She was my other core. When she re-debuts, it's gonna be like a real big load off of my mind, because she's gonna be back, and I've been worried sick about her for months. And just to hear her voice again, is good. I'm serious. I'm gonna be crying about it because I've missed her so much, and she'll be back, and I'm not gonna, I know that there's still people that are missing that had to graduate and whatnot. However, the people that I had lost, that said that, hey, I gotta go away for a little bit, but I will be back. They're back, and it makes me, I told them, I said, I'll be here waiting, and I feel like that responsibility. I'm finally able to finish fulfilling that responsibility of being here waiting for them, And then once I finally finish my final responsibility for that, then I'll be able to do something else, and I'll be able to move on to something, So it'll be a weight off of me, and once that happens, I hope I'm able to, be able to do more, for myself and for my channel, and as long as my health, as long as I can get my health back in order, anyways. I need to get over this cold first. That's the first thing of order. But thank you guys so much for putting up with listening to me. I'm serious though. I mean, it's not. I know I tend to ramble about the people that are important to me, but I really appreciate it. So tomorrow, God willing and voice willing, I will put up a room for Redfall. Let's hope my voice is good enough for it. I will stop talking now so we can hopefully stream tomorrow. I will let you guys know on the community tab and on Twitter whether or not my throat is good enough for it. So please keep an eye out for that. Thank you so much for listening and tuning in for tonight. Red, it was great seeing you again. Thank you so much for being here, even though you had to work. Oreo, I know you are checking out your Oshis and everything, but thank you so much for checking in. I appreciate you much for being here. Haiku, my friend, thank you so much for being here. I hope your power was able to stay on. Spartan, I don't know if you had to leave or not, but thank you so much for being here at the very beginning and for your comments at the very beginning. You had some great input, and those were very important points that you brought up at the beginning that we were able to touch on. Thank you so much. And Umberto, you were pretty quiet here later on, but I know that you checked in, and I thank you. Thank you so much for being here, my friend, as well. You are always welcome here. Better late than never. You, of course, are always a great person to check in and bring your comments to the chat. Your input is always great, and I think that covers everybody. I know we had lurkers come in and out. Lurker gang, you are always welcomed in my chat, whether you say something or don't. You guys are always welcome here. Thank you so much for checking in, for being here, for listening. Whether you say something or don't, you are appreciated. You're always welcome here, whether you agree or not. The important thing is that you listen, and I appreciate you. So we will try to be streaming here tomorrow, roughly sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Central Time, which is my usual streaming time. And we usually stream all the way into the night. So if my throat's good enough, I will stream during that time frame. And again, if my throat's good enough, I will be recording tomorrow and uploading some video in the morning. So if you see those go up, please check them out. They should be a lot shorter than tonight. But otherwise, we'll check in with you soon. If it's morning or afternoon, please have a great morning or afternoon. If it's evening, have a great evening. Wherever the case may be, thank you so much for listening. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.
Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to